All right, guys, let's go ahead and get out your books and turn to page 128. Page 128. And as soon as you get there, I want you to take out your Bible and turn to Psalm chapter 1. Psalm chapter 1. And we're just going to read over those verses just to make sure we're all on the same page. But let's go ahead and get our Bible book. Turn with me there to page 128 and then get out your Bible and turn to Psalm chapter number 1. Okay, Psalm chapter number 1. All right. Psalm chapter number 1. Hopefully you're there by now. Your memory verses for this week are verses 1, 2, and 3. Again, you are supposed to write those on the back of your field notes. Please make sure that you do that so that that is taken care of. Psalm 1, 1, 2, and 3. How many of you at this point think you could, I'm not going to have you say it, so don't worry, okay? But think you could say them, you could write it right now and get 100. Anybody that feels that way, let me see your hand. You could write it right now and get 100. A few of you, okay, good. So we're starting to get it a little bit. Hopefully by the end of this, again, let me just say, the reason I believe that I have you guys do this, there is a reason. It's not just because I'm like, can I find a chapter where they have to memorize it? That's not my thinking behind it. I think it's such an important truth right here because it lays before you two choices. It tells you what the end result for both of those choices are. And then it says it's your choice. And this is a choice we make every day that determines the outcome of where we go. Understand that choices we make matter. God gives each one, you have the ability to make choices. Here's what you don't have control over. You can make whatever choice you want, but you cannot choose the consequence for that choice. You can make the choice, but understand there's a consequence for each and every choice you make. Now, consequence, most of the time we hear that and it's got a negative connotation and we're thinking like I'm in trouble for it or that's not just the only meaning. I'm just saying you can make a choice, but it matters what your choice, the end result of that, you don't have control over. Okay? Like this. I am not very good with directions. I'm just not. In fact, my wife makes fun of me because I'm going to get on the 10, and I'm like, are we going east or west? Like, I should know that by now, right? I mean, I've lived here 13 years. I've gotten on the 10 freeway every single week that I've been here. I mean, I should know, am I going 10 east or west? Now, I don't know about you guys. I know which way I need to go, but I don't know, like, especially if I'm somewhere where, in Redlands or something, or somewhere further away, and I'm getting on and I'm not familiar with the exit. Then I've got to start thinking, which was my east or west? That is why I use GPS for like everything, because that's basically the way you never have to learn something. You just put it in the GPS, and if anything goes wrong, you blame the GPS. It's like a foolproof plan. But I'm not good with directions, but here's the thing. If I go down Sunset and I get to the freeway today, I'm going to have a choice to make which way that I go. All right? Understand, if I stay going that way, I'm not going to end up at the same place. If I stay going one way, I could drive an hour, let's say an hour and a half, I could end up in Los Angeles. Stay going the other way, I'm not ending up in Los Angeles. I'm ending up towards the desert over that way. So the choice is mine where I'm going to go. Now, what the Bible does and what the 10 freeway does is it sort of tells you where you're heading, right? You'll see the signs up there that say the 10 going towards Los Angeles. So what is it telling you? This is where it's going. So if you want to go to Los Angeles, you're going to get going this way. You can go other places, 10 Palm Springs. If you want to go to Palm Springs, saying it's going this way. This is what Psalm chapter number 1 is. It's saying, here's your choice. You've gone down Sunset Boulevard. Now it's your choice. Which way are you going to go? And it says, let me put on the sign where you're going to end up. That's what this chapter is all about. That's why we're memorizing. That's why we're spending so much time in here, is because I want you, as you make these choices, that you will make all throughout the rest of your life. It is not a one-time choice to live for God. It is an everyday choice. is not a one-time choice to follow the words of God, which it talks about in this chapter. It's an everyday choice, but it lays out what's going to happen when you make these choices. So I'm going to, let's read all three of these verses together, okay? So everyone's going to read out loud with me. Psalm chapter 1, verses 1, 2, and 3. It said, everyone read it with me. Everyone should be there by now. Everyone get there? Psalm 1, 2, and 3. Read it out loud with me, all right? Here we go. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. Those are the three verses, okay? So make sure we're ready for that, and we study the right verses, are ready for that. That will be on Friday. Everything is due on Friday this week. So your field notes are due on Friday, and also your quiz is due on Friday, so make sure that you are prepared for that. Take out your books. You should be on page 128, and we're looking at Job. We're studying his life. And we've seen yesterday, you guys wrote down some of the tests that Job went through. And test number 1, somebody sort of raise your hand and explain to me, what was the first test that we really looked at when we looked at Job? Brianna? Okay, basically everything material and physical that you would hold on to is gone. I mean, that's really what it is, right? All of his material possessions wiped out. Physical possessions, I mean not physical as far as like those family relationships wiped out except for one, his wife being left. And again, it's just in a matter of moments that it's all gone. That's a tough thing. Yes, sir. He lost his cattle. Yeah. Everything's gone. Everything. That's a tough little bit. And by the way, when you read that, you guys read through it. You remember how it says, let me find the exact term, like as soon as the one left, verse number 16, they just came and told him all the oxen were dead, and he said, while he was yet speaking. So basically the guy's telling him the bad news, and before the guy's even done, there's somebody waiting behind him. I mean, that's just that is a matter of minutes where everything is gone. What was test number 2? That was the first one. What was test number 2? His health. Now, we get a very unique perspective in the book of Job that we really don't get anywhere else. Why did this happen to Job? What's the background? Why all of a sudden are all of these things taken away from Job? What was the background we got to see, Aaron? Yeah, remember there's a meeting in heaven. God's like, Job is following me. Devil's like, no. He's following you because of what he gets from you. You take away what he gets, he's done with you. So God's like, okay. So he takes away what he's given him. In possessions and family, he still follows God. He takes away his health, he's still following God. Now we've started to look at the people that are in his life there to help him. And we looked at Job's wife. What was Job's wife's response? Like, what would you say her attitude was? All right, Cody, what would you say? What's that? Okay, curse God and die. Why is this? Why do you think her attitude is like this? Again, I think she is somebody that gets a very, automatically we're like, what's wrong with this lady? But why? I think there's a little bit more to it. Yeah. She went through the same stuff. She's struggling as well. And now she sees the only person she has left looks like he's about to die. And she's frustrated. And so she says this. So this is what Job's wife says. Now, Job has some friends. Friends are an important thing. In fact, in a couple of lessons, we're going to spend some time in Proverbs really looking at what are biblical friends. When we talk about friends, what do they mean from the Bible? So we're going to spend some time looking at this. We're going to see Job's friends. And a good friend is someone that would come to, if you're a good friend, when your friend is hurting, you're going to be there for them. That would be what a good friend is. These guys come. But we're going to see a problem that they have, and this is a problem that, and really all of them have this. So the first one we're going to look at is Eliphaz. Eliphaz, you got some stuff to write in there. Eliphaz comes, and by the way, when they first get there, they sit there for a few days and do nothing, which I know I've heard condemn different places, things like that. But let me say this: sometimes you will have to comfort friends who are going through a difficult time. And can I just be honest? Sometimes there's nothing you can say that's going to help them. I've been with people the moment that a loved one has passed away. Do you know there is nothing at that moment that I can tell them that will help them? Really? I can't. So you know what I do in those moments? I'm just there. I'm just there. I'm there to listen. I'm there. I'm praying for them. I will say this. Be very sensitive to people as they're going through difficult times. Very sensitive. Everybody responds differently. It's not the most helpful thing to be like, hey, minimize the person's suffering. This is no big deal. To compare your suffering to their suffering, like you lost your aunt, I lost my goldfish. That's not going to help. And I'm just saying, even if you lost, maybe they lost an aunt and you lost an aunt, and you're like, I've lost my aunt. So there is a time and a place for that, but be very careful about always. Here's what people do often when they're trying to comfort somebody. You know what they do? They make it all about them. It's not about you. So here's what I can do, right? Let's see here. Let's say Chase is going through something. He lost his grandfather. Okay, we're making this up, right? So I know he did, so I'm going to go talk to him. You know what? I've lost both of my grandfathers. So here's what I could do with Chase. I could go over here and talk to Chase, and Chase would be like, yeah, this is what happened. I'm like, man, that's terrible. Let me tell you what happened in my life, and just spend the rest of the time talking about my life. Or every time he has something to say that he feels, I'll be like, oh, that's exactly how I felt when this. You see what I'm saying? Who am I making it about? Me. It's not about me trying to help him. Now, I will say there's a time and a place to try to help somebody and say, hey, here's a phrase I will never use when I'm talking to somebody that is grieving, that is hurting. And I would recommend you never use, I know what you're going through. Don't ever say that. You know why? Because you don't know exactly what they're going through. Now, you may have had a very, very similar thing happen in your life, but everybody handles things differently. Every relationship's a little bit different. You can't say, I know what you're going through, because you don't. And that's just something that sort of, what happens is sometimes we can minimize somebody's pain. But I'm just saying, as a friend, you are going to be in situations where you're going to talk to somebody and you don't know what to say. And here's what let me ask you this. What happens when you're in that situation where you don't know what to say? What do you try to do? Anyone else try to think of something to say? Because there's sort of that like awkward silence. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like you're there, they're struggling. You don't know what to say. There's like this awkward silence and you're like, okay, I've got to come up with something to say. And that's often when we get ourselves in trouble. Okay? So just be careful. Sometimes they don't really need you to say something. They just need you to listen. They just need you to be there. They just need to hear, I'm honestly praying for you. By the way, when you ever tell anybody you're praying for them, don't lie about that. Don't lie and say I'm praying for you and you're not really praying for them. But this is sort of a side note on this, but just something that I'm passionate about is when we're trying to help people, here's what can happen. I could try to help Chase if he goes through something, but I could end up in my helping by making him feel worse. That's not my goal. That's not what I want to do. But that's, and this is, I'm just being honest with you because I've talked to people that have gone through this. I talked to my pastor's wife. My pastor, she lost her daughter when she was just a child. And she was just honest with it. We're sitting there talking to her, me and Mrs. Moyer, and she said this. She said, if somebody had told me one more time she's in a better place, I think I would have screamed. Now, is that true? She knew where they were at. But sometimes some of the cliche things we say, it doesn't really just help maybe as much as we think. So just be careful. Be sensitive. Sometimes we're like, I can't believe, I mean, a child loses their dog. And we're like, come on, it's a dog. You know, who cares about a dog? You know, that's a big deal to them. So I'm just saying, look at ways to be sensitive and to be a help. Here come Job's friends. But what we're going to look at, these guys were not a big help. Eliphaz, what's he going to say? Hey, Job, I know why this happened to you. Because you did wrong. Now, we get the backstory, right? Did Job do wrong? That's not what happened here. There is an idea, and this continues on into the New Testament and even continues on today. In fact, there's one day where Jesus is walking with his disciples, and they see a man, he is born blind. Okay? And his disciples ask him this question. Hey, who sinned, this man or his parents? Can I give you one statement? He was born blind. Did he sin before he was born? Like, I mean, that wouldn't seem possible, right? But in their mind, if something bad happened to somebody, it was because that person had sinned. And that was actually taught during this time. That's why bad things will happen. If you sin, bad things happen. Now, let me ask this question. Yes or no? Can bad things happen to us because of our sin? Yes. Does every bad thing that happens to me happen because of my sin? No. Job's a great example. So Eliphaz comes, and basically his whole discussion is, Job, you did something wrong. Come on, man. Stop trying to hide it. We know that you've done wrong. You know what you did. You ever? That just reminds me of like when you come in there and you know that you're in trouble, right? And your parents bring you in the room, and they're sitting there. What did you do? And you're like, oh no. What do they know? You know, like I don't know if that's ever happened. You know, they like, we know what you did, and you're like, which thing? Don't say that, okay? That'll get you in more trouble. But you know, that's sort of what's going on here. You know what you did, Job. You tell us. You've got to get it right with God. And his solution, Job should return to God and leave his sin. Great friend right there. Bildad. Job did evil and forgot God. We're going to see that all of these are basically the same type of thing. Job, you did wrong. You've forgotten about God. Job, you felt like your riches were good enough for you. You didn't pay attention to God anymore, and this is why you're being judged. Again, we know the backstory. Has nothing to do with why he is being judged. Nothing at all. But this is what Bildad's jumping on. Job should look to God, plead with him, live right. And so we're seeing, and I'm just going to go through these because there's really no point of talking about each one individually, because really they all sort of connect. 4 friends come, and 4 friends are going to bring basically the exact same message. Job, you've sinned. You need to get it right. Stop playing around. That's really what's being said here. And so that's Bildad. Job did evil and forgot God. His solution, Job should look to God, plead with him, and live right. That is his solution to this problem. So that's Bildad. Let's go to the next one, Zophar. Though Job claimed he was righteous. So here's Zophar has listened to Job saying, guys, that's not true, that's not true. Now Zophar's like, okay, Job, we're hearing you saying it's not true, but we know it is true. You know it is true. Job, you need to get right with God. Elihu, God is correcting him. Job should repent of this evil. So when you write these down, and make sure you're writing all these down, I don't know about you, but when I look at all 4 things his friends said, don't they seem very similar? Sort of the same type of message. The message is, Job, you did wrong, get right with God. So here are people that traveled to comfort Job. And when we read it, they weren't much of a comfort to Job. And here's why. 2 reasons. They were judging him, and they tried to give him the solutions to his problems. That's what they're laying out. Hey, Job, you do this, and your problems are taken away. Can I tell you something I struggle with when I'm talking to people? guys, you will find this out. Okay, that in our personalities, for the most part, God has created guys and girls differently as far as personalities. Let me give you an example of something that I have after 12, now it's almost 13 years of marriage, I still struggle with, okay? My wife comes to me with a problem, and she begins talking to me about this problem. And you know what I have in a matter of minutes? What I believe the solution to the problem is. Do this, this, and this. And so you know what I begin to say? Hey, it's not that big a deal. Let's do this, this, and this, and the problem's gone. And you know, my wife just loves that, and is so, no, that's not what happens a lot of times. Because you know what she's saying? Here's what she's told me many times. I'm not asking you to solve the problem. I just want you to listen. I'd like to say, and you would think, Mr. Moore, you've been at this for 12 years. You should have at least figured this out by now. I still mess up with it. Sometimes when somebody comes to us with a problem, we don't need to lay out a 10-step plan for them to solve their problem. Now, if that's what they're asking us for, go right ahead. Sometimes they just need somebody to listen, not to judge them, not to say, hey, you know, just to listen, and then let them know that you care about them. That sometimes is what you need to do. Now, I will say this, if you see a friend making a bad decision, if you truly are a friend, you're going to try to talk to them about that. That's what you're going to do. But I'm just saying, sometimes this idea that we have to solve, I don't know about you, I've got so many problems in my life that I can't get solved. Why do I think I can solve everybody else's? Just listen. Listen. And that's one of the big, when you're talking to people, these guys are going there to help Job, but they're not helping because they're not listening. You know what Job's response is to each and every one of them? Basically the same. So after the first two guys said it, the last two should have been like, okay, let's just, clearly he doesn't believe that. But they're all just going to keep going in right at that area. We've got to make sure to listen. So now, what are some lessons that we can take from Job? Well, first, let's go to this one. It's on next. Why did Job refuse their advice? Job refused to accept his friend's advice. Why? Because he maintained his innocence. Though he was not perfect, he had lived a righteous life. So Job does not listen. Now, let me say this. I do believe it's important to get advice from people. And I think in every era of life that you are in, you should go and you should get advice from people. But just because somebody gives me advice does not mean I follow it. What is the only advice when I get it I should definitely do? That's biblical advice. If somebody can go to the Bible and can show me, hey, this is a biblical principle, then I should for sure do that. I would follow the advice of your parents quite a bit. That God's placed them there. As long as their advice is not going against biblical advice, then you need to follow that. So just because somebody gives advice does not mean I throw it out. I need to listen. And we're going to look at that when we get to the book of Proverbs. The multitude of counselors, there is safety. But Job does not listen to this advice. And why doesn't he listen to it? Because he knows it's wrong. He knows it's wrong. He's not playing a game. He knows it's wrong. He's saying, I've done my best. There may be things in my life where I'm not, but I feel as if I'm right with God right now. And God himself gave that saying, that he was right with God. So Job maintained his innocence, though he was not perfect. But we see here, Job asked a question. The question of why. It's a question that has come to each and every one of us. There are things in your life that have happened. Social media has connected people, and it's connected people in different ways, but some ways it's connected people are sad. I went to college with a friend of mine, and he actually got married to Mrs. Moyer, one of her best friends that was in college there, and they live in Arizona. And just a few years ago, they had a little baby boy. They went in, and that little baby boy had stopped breathing. So they quickly, did CPR, all of this. They got him to the hospital, and they were able to save his life. But through that process of him not breathing, he had significant brain damage. Significant. Was not really able to do anything on his own, all of these different things. And his name was Knox, and we prayed for him. Many people prayed for him. In fact, there was a picture that they put on some of the news outlets, because somebody, I think it was from their church, a little boy, this was during Christmas time, had gone to Santa and had asked Santa if he could help this baby get better. And Santa actually knelt down and prayed with him. And so this picture, was all, he lived for about a year longer, and God took him home. I don't know why. Many of you know Mr. Nieder. Mr. Nieder has a nephew, 3 years old. Got cancer. Went through many different surgeries. God took him home. I don't know why. I don't. The why question comes to each and every one of us. And Job asked it. And Job never gets an answer. He never does. I wish we could ask God that why question and God give us, these are the 10 reasons why this happened. I wish I could tell you that's not how it works. I will say sometimes later on you can see something good that comes from it. Sometimes people live their entire lives and never understand why this happened. But here is how God answers that question. God never answers why. He's going to go to who? God answers Job with 3 messages. God answers Job with 3 messages. 1, trust me, don't question me. Trust me, don't question me. And we're going to, tomorrow, we don't have time to get there. Tomorrow we'll actually flip over here, and I want you to see how he says this. It's not, he doesn't just come out and say this, but sort of he tries to get Job to understand why he should trust God. Who are you to condemn me? And here's one we don't like. Suffering helps people grow spiritually. This is what God says to him. And how does God say this to him? Basically, Job is asking him this question of why. And God, let me find, I'll just read some of these to you. If I can find it really quick. Okay. I'm just going to read. You guys write these in. I'm just going to read. It's in Job chapter 38. It says, Then the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind and said, Who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? Gird up now thy loins like a man, for I will demand of thee, and answer thou me. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if thou hast understanding. Who hath laid the measure thereof, if thou knowest, or who hath stretched the line upon it? Whereupon are the foundations thereof fastened, or who laid the cornerstone thereof? First off, what does he say? Hey, Job, who created this world? Who makes sure that this earth stays in just the right place? He asked Job later on, who makes sure that when the tide comes in, it only goes so far? Job, who makes sure that all those animals are able to eat and created them with their unique abilities to provide for themselves? He lists certain animals. He lists certain things. He talks about the rain, all of these. And he said, Job, who's in control of all this? And Job's only answer, it's you, God. It's you. And what is he trying to get Job to see? He's trying to get him to see that God is in control. And I wish I could tell you that you'll understand everything God does, but that's not true. I wish I could tell you you'll like everything that God does in your life, but that's not true either. And we'll finish, I think it's about time here, so let me just finish with this quote by a great, great preacher, one of my favorites. His name's Charles Spurgeon. Maybe you've heard of him before. He said, when you can't see the hand of the Father, trust his heart. What does that mean? When I see what is happening in my life and I can't understand why God would allow this to happen, I trust who God is. Because God still loves me. God's still in control. And I may not understand at all why this is happening to me, which Job, by the way, let me say this. Do you know Job never understood? The Bible never says that God came to him and said, hey, Job, here's what happened. Here's why this happened. Never happened. He never fully understood. We do, thousands of years later, but he didn't. But this has been something that God has used in many people's lives to help them through very difficult times. So when you don't see, don't understand why the Father is doing that, you trust his heart. We'll finish up in Job tomorrow. Nothing due tomorrow. Everything is due on Friday. All right. Thank you guys so much. All right, I've got you guys signed in. I know some of you were commenting on this. As far as the field notes, if you cannot, I will put them up at the office. I did not put them up there, so I will put them there if you want them. I have read them off, so that way you can just do it on a piece of paper. I do not send those through My School Works. That's something you need to come in and pick up if you want it, or if you can't come in and pick it up, you are welcome just to, as I went through that yesterday, to write down those, but I do not send those through My School Works, so do make sure that you either pick those up, or when I read it, you mark down what you need to read and get that done. All right. Thank you guys so much.
Welcome to Junior High Science 101. Huh? Emily, if you can hear me, if you are on, I am working hard to get stuff to you, okay? Um, Me and the computers do not get along, so I am trying to figure out how I, hey, guys, how I can get this to you, okay? But I am working hard on that. Um, it's not your fault that things aren't getting done. Okay, well, there you are, Emily. I was just saying to you, since you weren't online, Emily, that I am working hard to try to figure out how to get all the paperwork to you. It is not your fault that you don't have it, okay? So I will take all that into consideration when it comes time for grades and all that, okay? So um, I am working hard to get it to you, and then I will still continue to work with you to um, how things are going. So I appreciate the okay, and I appreciate you working with me. So bear with me, and anyway, other DLs. Um, I think you are ready for what's coming up. I think you have all the information. We are going to be, tonight's homework is going to be 5, 6, and activity 5B. Also, quiz 14 tomorrow. And then we're going to take the rest of the hour after the quiz to review Thursday and Friday. And then unfortunately, I don't like to do this, but I don't want to take another day to review. But our test 5 will be on Monday. Okay? Test 5 on Monday. And you should have, um, DLs, you should have a copy of all those, quiz 14 and test 5. Okay? Um, I believe it was 14, yeah. And so, and also, you should also have a review sheet for all those too. Okay? If you don't, let me know, and I will get one to you somehow. Okay? So that's what's coming up in the next few days. Okay? We are going to finish. We're on lesson 68, 69, pages 13 and 14 of your notes today. So one quick interruption. So and then we'll get into our notes. Okay? Hang on. Quiet. Quiet. Okay. Here we go. Let me put it up on the screen for the DLs. Hopefully it works. My computer wasn't allowing the stream to, there we are, allowing the stream to go for Bible, so we ended up not having Bible class. John, can you see, or does that work? Okay. Shh. I'd like to get through this today and make sure that we were doing it. Now, jokingly, I want to apologize that if what we're going to look at today, if there is anything that resembles what you saw in the mirror this morning, okay? I didn't ask your parents for pictures, okay? But, you know, if you saw something that we're going to look at today in the mirror, then somehow it got on the internet, okay? Okay. Okay, we are on lesson 68, 69. Let's do a little review. What is the scientific classification of man? Homo sapiens. Okay, good. What is the volume of the cranium, the part of the skull that contains the brain called? Cranial capacity. What was the small ape that was once thought by evolutionists to be an early link in the supposed genealogy of man, but is actually similar to modern orangutans? Ramapithecus. Okay, now let's get into some of those pictures that I talked about. Our first one, it's called the southern ape. Okay? Australopithecines. Okay? This guy was called the southern ape. Scientific term, scientific name, you can try to pronounce it if you want to. Okay? Get this down. Get this down. I know it's a hard spelling, but get them down. But just remember that this A word, Australopithecines, there we go, pretty good, huh? Just means southern ape, okay? Letter B. Letter B. It's actually on this one. No, it isn't. Huh? You done? Okay.
All of these are literally me warning day and night.
60, yes.
Racist.
Okay. How come everything is shoved in front of the things? Okay, anyway. Here we go, letter B.
Oh my god.
Australopithecus afarensis. Okay? This was based on a chimpanzee fossil nicknamed Lucy. Okay? And why it's capitalized is this is something to remember. It is the most famous Australopithecine scene.
That's my face when I wake up in the morning and I feel like
Okay, ready for C?
I'm ready to see the next one. I want to see the next photograph. I want to see the next photograph of him in the morning. No, that's going to be Jerry's face when...
What's the point of what? That's science. I don't know.
That is a little excitement. Look at that. He's so ecstatic.
It's like military. Why can't they just call it 9 o'clock in the morning? 9 a.m. instead of... 900 hour. Okay. Well, I know, but same principle, science. Okay, letter C. This guy was called the Tang Child. Okay. Okay.
The only monkey that's not ugly is Cherokee.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
That's Jerry when you come home.
It's supposed to be after Candace. That's what it says after hers. No, it's supposed to be.
Okay. Anybody want to claim this one?
That's literally me in the morning when my mom. Literally, that was me in the morning. My mom, she's like, I got a surprise for you. And she started playing Be Happy.
This is Australopithecus anamensis. Okay. Unearthed. This guy was unearthed in Kenya. Okay. Uh-huh. Pretty much. Because I wanted you to.
I just wrote it down the first time and just kept on putting arrows.
I wanted to make it somewhat difficult. Okay. Ready for E?
Yeah.
Ready for E?
Yeah.
Here we go. Now, I want an immediate response of who this is, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
That's Joey.
This is Brustus. Brustus.
Harambe.
And
I'm Joe Biden. I approve this message.
it's because he hasn't had his coffee yet. Okay.
Like Mike.
He didn't wake up to Folgers, okay? Okay, ready for the next? Letter F?
Yes, please. Oh my soul.
Boise. Boise.
Smite it now. It's Aaron.
This one looks like the gorilla family, of the gorilla family. Whatever's going on. Hey, whatever's going on, please stop.
It's your brother.
Boise.
Destiny's your brother.
Huh? Brustus.
Why does he look like he's flirting with me?
Yeah, we will. You ready? You ready?
I'm just nerd. Calling 911. You won't stop looking at me.
Which ones?
I want emergency call. How do I get an emergency call?
Java Man? No, I don't think so. Okay, there's F. And our last one. Okay, you're done? And G. Get F quickly. Stop eating.
Wait, Mr.
Done?
Brad, go back to that. Go to that next one. Go to that. It's It looks like Joey if you ever use the Snapchat filter.
Joey?
Because I'm lonely, no one likes me.
I'm just seeing if what he says is true, and I don't see it. Okay.
Oh, I want to look at this for longer.
Now,
I want to keep this in my mind when I go to sleep. I'm gonna make an anime body pillow with that.
now there are two uncertain categories. Okay. First of all, you've got the Homo habilis. Okay. This is the chimpanzee-looking like, or chimpanzee-like missing link called the handyman.
I'm not
Okay.
gonna put that.
So they are basically the unclassified ones. Okay.
It says the eighth word.
Homo habilis. And this next one is really interesting how they came up with all this. Okay?
Call it candy.
Homo habilis. Everybody done?
It looks like wood.
Letter B. Number 3B. We got skull called, it's called Skull 1470.
That's better.
This is this was a badly crushed skull. Okay? Homo habilis skull that scientists found in Kenya. And they see how badly this looks. Now, it looks similar to what an ape would be, or the primates, okay, because it has the longer jaw. The skull is where? In the back, right? Because man's is up on top, okay? But what they do is they take this skull and then they form the body from the skull and say, this is what it looks like. Okay? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Now, so, according to evolutionists, we go from these pictures that you saw, which probably were more ape-like, which means that they walked on all fours like apes do, for the most part, to the upright man, Homo erectus. Okay? It's called upstanding men or upright man. Guys, stop.
Go back up. What you leave him?
Homo erectus. Uh-huh.
That's like instant nightmare fuel.
Because according to them, we've evolved from what looked like a monkey into.
I'm taking him home. Whoa.
True. Exactly. I mean, that's the questions that you have to ask. Okay? And then, letter B, we have what's called the Java man. Okay? Now, here it is. This is Java man with skull fragments and a leg bone. The skull fragments and a leg bone were discovered on the Indonesian island of Java. So therefore, they take it and they call it the Java man. Okay? Exactly. Okay? Letter C. The Peking man.
Looks like he's peeking in
Peking.
my closet.
Okay? Now, this was a fossil that was found in China. Okay? That was lost during World War II. And since it was in China, they gave it a Chinese name of Peking. Yep. Because when it died, it was seriously, so it was in. It had. Okay, say a Peking man. Then we get into hey, girls, enough. Then we start getting into actual man-like replicas, Neanderthal man,
That one
okay,
all the way up, the one on the right.
the human ancestor, who was fully human, but probably had rickets. Rickets is a defective mineralization, calcification of the bones. Okay, so no. I guess you could say in that regards, but technically no. Okay, Neanderthal man. Now, there's three reasons why evolutionists now say that the Neanderthal men are 100%, or the Neanderthals are 100% human. They are these. That because they walked upright, their brains were larger than those of modern humans,
Does that mean they could solve?
okay? And they were physically stronger than modern humans. Somebody do me a quick, because I don't have the, well, I do have it, but actually I'll check real quick. Because based upon those explanations, this is chapter 5, and we are on page probably about 148, 149. Because maybe I'm just wondering if I miswrote something. Okay, listen up. According to your book, it says, listen up. According to your book, it says this. Today, there is no doubt that Neanderthal man was a human being. His physical appearance was somewhat different from ours, but he was, in that he was shorter and more heavily built. Therefore, the three reasons that make them think that it's human, and that's what I was wondering, is that he walked just as upright as we do. Okay, so I just shortened it. Although his skull was shaped somewhat differently than ours. His brain was almost 11% larger on average than our own. Okay, and there is no reason to suppose he was any less intelligent than we. Neanderthal bones and tools also indicate that the average Neanderthal was physically much stronger than humans today. Evolutionists now admit that the Neanderthals were 100% human. They are classified as a variety of modern humans, Homo sapiens, Neanderthalism. Okay? So, I just took what they did and just shortened them down, but based upon what it kind of sounds like is that it was almost ape-like versus human-like. But based upon what I just read, you see the reasons why. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yeah. We can accept this one. Base. Yeah. I mean, caveman and so forth back then. No. No, because modernization took over. Okay. Now, and it's hard to think about these, but from Adam to now, where did all this, fit into a chronological order, chronological ways? But okay. Now, number 5, you have what's called the caveman. Caveman. Cro-Magnon man. He was discovered in a cave in France.
Hence the name.
Mm-hmm. Cro-Magnon man. Everybody ready for B? So therefore, Cro-Magnons are classified as Homo sapiens. Okay? This is what they found. Okay? Those were just the way they buried them back then.
He looks hot.
Yep. Okay, let's do a closer look. The mistakes in the evolution of man. You have what's called the Piltdown man. Okay. Shh. This guy had a human-like skull fragment and an ape-like jawbone. Discovered near Piltdown, England. Both bones had been chemically stained to make them match and look older. The teeth in the jaw had been filed down to make the jaw appear more human-like. So Dr. Oakley exposed this hoax, okay, showing that the skull fragments came from a human and the jawbone came from an orangutan. And made it and fixed it to where it looked like, yeah. The Piltdown man. Okay? Nebraska man. There was a molar, just a tooth, found and classified as coming from an ape man called Nebraska man. Shh. Facial features, hair, families, and tools were given to Nebraska man to give the impression that it was an evolved man that lived a primitive life in North America. Scientists went to Nebraska and found more teeth, demonstrating that the original molar came from the jaw of an extinct type of wild pig. Because they want to believe something. They want you to believe something that they found, okay? So the Nebraska man was basically from a pig, okay? Now, the true origins of man. Fossil record makes it appear, or apparent, that mankind appeared suddenly upon the earth. And that man has always been man, which is exactly what creationists would expect. Evolutionists are not able to trace man's evolution and cannot agree upon the methods of how the evolution took place. Again, we do evolve, but we didn't suddenly come into, we don't evolve from one kind to another, okay? We evolve in our own kind, but we are still who we are. God's account of how man was created is clear, it's concise, and it's complete. No one that I have heard questions creation, but they question evolution. The only way they question it is based upon that we weren't there. But they admit that there's a God. Okay? And there's proof of what the Bible says about creation even today. And there will always be proof as long as humans are available. As long as, right. As long as you see a human, there's going to be proof that creation happened. Okay? Now, creation. This is the only reasonable belief. 3 reasons why the hypothesis of evolution is a failure. 1, it is contradicted by the evidence. It landed behind her right shoulder. Okay, letter B. It's based on faulty theories. Just by those pictures, just by what we even talked about today, you were asking, how can they do it? Okay, and if you, as junior hires, can ask those questions, why can't those adults? Okay, just because they don't want to have any proof or any thought of putting God into the picture. So they come up with their own ideas. And letter C, it's based on circular reasoning. Just a couple more things. So based upon these 3 reasons, okay, we can honestly say that number 2 is true. Okay, is everybody done with ABC? Okay, evolution fails as a hypothesis because of lack of intermediates. Therefore, number 3, special creation is the only reasonable explanation for the origin of life. You can't question what you see. You can't question what God said from the beginning. But you can question the Piltdown man, the Nebraska man. You can question even things that they have agreed upon as fact. But how they came upon those facts is what you question, and why do they call it what it is based upon what they found. Creation is the only reasonable hypothetical explanation to the origin of life. Okay? Your homework, 5-6, activity 5B, preparing for quiz 14, and preparing for test 5. So once again, DLs, we're going to do our quiz, first part of the class. And then after the quiz, we will do a review, and then we'll come back on Friday with a review. On Monday, which I don't like, but because we didn't have Monday this week, it threw everything off one day. And we have a test next Monday. Okay? So, and probably will end up being a 2-day test, but we'll see how it goes. Okay? And that's why I kind of did this. Okay, DLs, until the past catches up with you, tune in to tomorrow and see what we have. Okay? We'll see you guys later.
Okay, grammar books. Let's go over the grammar homework. It was page 108, exercise B, with the lie and lay. Good. Okay, let's go over our exercise. Exercise B. Raise your hand if you still have the quiz. Joey, you still have the quiz? Okay, please raise your hand when I ask of it, all right? Okay, raise your hand if you still have the quiz. Kayla, do you still have it? All right. Joey, just go ahead and finish up. For those of you who took it at home, please turn it in. Emma, you're just going to have to turn it in when you come back, okay? Or take the quiz when you come back. All right, let's go over our grammar really quickly. Page number 108 in the blue book. Exercise B, and then page number 91 in the green book. Okay, the differences between lie and lay. Okay, let's go over the green book. Number 1, has Jason lain or lay down already? Who has their, John? No, this one would be lain with an N, okay? Remember, lay is the past of lie, but this one would be lain, okay? Has lain down, because there is a helper verb there. You wouldn't say has lay down already. You would say has lain, okay? Number 2, my lazy dog was still blank by my bed when I left for school. Natalie, do you have this one? Lying by my bed. Awesome. My lazy dog was still lying. Number 3, I will blank the new bricks. Let's go with that one first. Micah. Lay. Good. I will lay the new bricks in the same pattern as you blank them previously. Tyler? This one would be have laid. Okay, have laid. I will lay the new bricks in the same pattern as you have laid them previously, or as you laid them previously. Okay, and then number 4, the Mariana Trench blank in the farthest depths of the Pacific Ocean. Chase, do you have that one? Good, it lies in the farthest depths. Make sure that you're following along. Okay. Let's go in the blue book. Okay, the fertile Nile blank of Nile Valley blank in the middle of the arid desert area. Joey? Lies. Good. Okay. The Nile Valley isn't going to lay itself in the middle of the desert, so that would be lie. Good. Yes?
How come above it doesn't have the S?
What do you mean?
Like as in lies on number 1.
Well, lies is basically singular plural. So, since it's just the Nile Valley, it's one. You wouldn't say the Nile Valley lie in the desert. You would say the Nile Valley lies. But lies with an S is basically just singular or plural, a singular form of the word lie, of the present form of the word lie. Same thing with drink. Okay, I drink water. Okay, they drink water, right? So then you would say she drinks water. You wouldn't say she drink water. Same thing with the word lie. Okay. Number 2, blank this quilt with the others in the closet. What would I do here? Someone besides Joey. Cheyenne? Lay this quilt in the closet. Good. Number 3, my lazy brother is still blank in bed. Jason? Lying in bed. Number 4, will you be able to blank any trophies at the feet of Christ? Jasmine? Lay. Good. Number 5, the young man had blank awake for several hours thinking. Let's go with Ari. Do you have this one? Okay, who has this one? Destiny, you want to give it a shot? Okay. The young man had something in the past. Okay. So had lay awake in bed for several hours thinking. This one would be the word lay, like to recline. Okay. And then number 6, reading your Bible each day, blank a good foundation for Christian living. Bella? Lays. Good. Okay. All right, let's go over to using troublesome verbs. We have a few more minutes. Okay, let's get this done. Using other troublesome verbs. This one's pretty self-explanatory. I think we already went over this, right? We did. Good. Okay, affect or effect, bring or take, Can or may refers to ability. Leave or teach. Let or leave. Okay? All right. Avoiding common errors in verb usage. That's on page 110 for those in the blue book. So turn over to page 110. For those in the green book, page 93. Okay? Avoiding common errors in verb usage. Again, these are pretty self-explanatory like we learned about the other day. You wouldn't say ain't or aren't I. Okay? Instead of ain't, you would say isn't. Okay? Aren't I, you would say am I not. Okay? So you would say I ain't finished. You wouldn't say that. I am not finished, or she isn't finished. Okay, you wouldn't say I'm smiling, aren't I? You would say I'm smiling, am I not? Okay, so that's what you would say. That's the proper form. I ain't the owner of that bicycle. Obviously, that's wrong. I am not the owner of that bicycle. Okay, Belle, you have a question? That's just the incorrect form. It's not really a real contraction. Apparently not. Well, not like that one, but aren't I. For that one, you're technically saying are not I. So you would say am I not. Okay? Number 2, don't use better for had better. Okay? So note this one, number 2 and then number 4. These are the kind of same rules. Okay? Number 2, you use the word had in front of better. Number 4, you don't use the word had in front of ought. Okay, so in sentences, you would say, you had better mind your manners. Okay, then you would say, you ought to mind your manners. You wouldn't say, you had ought. Okay, that's just rules of grammar. You would use had with better. You don't use had with ought. Okay, so just mark those. Make sure you know those. Number 3, don't use didn't go to for didn't mean to or didn't intend to. No one really says, I didn't go to slap you across the face. Okay. You would say, I didn't mean to slap you across the face, okay? So didn't go to, or you didn't intend to. It didn't intend to or didn't mean to is the correct form. Okay, number 4 again, do not use had ought for ought. Number 5, do not use took sick for become ill. I don't know anyone who says, I took sick yesterday, okay? So became ill, obviously, or I became sick yesterday. Do not use used to could to for used to be able to. I don't know anyone who says that either. I used to could to do this well. Okay, you said I used to be able to do this well. Okay, so number 6, no one uses used to could to. Okay, and then number 7, this one might be a little tricky. Okay, so you want to mark this one as well. All right, you don't ever say you want in, you want out, you want on, you want off, or you want through. Okay, you always say I want to go in. I want to get out. I want to get through. Okay? You don't say, I want in the classroom. Okay? Some of you guys are coming up to me, Mrs. Coral, can we get in the classroom? You would use the word get. Okay? You don't say, Mrs. Coral, we want in the classroom. Okay? I want to get in. All right? So make sure that you use the word get, go, use those, not want in, want out, want off, or want through. Okay, let's go through these really quickly. Okay? Number 1, I ain't ready yet. You better go without me. Okay, what do we change there? Who can raise your hand and tell me? Hudson? Good. Ain't to am not. I am not ready to go yet. What else? You better go without me. What is our rule with the word better? What was it? Good. Had better. Okay, you had better go without me. Okay? Mr. Eubanks or Mrs. Royce could play the harmonica extremely well or play the clarinet extremely well. Same concept here. Tyler? Good. Used to be able to. Number 3, the cat wants in or Landon wants in. Same concept here. What do we change there, class? Okay. Let's go with Cody. Cody, change, or what would I change in number 3? The cat wants in, said Dad. Okay. The cat wants to get in or the cat wants to come in, either or. Same thing with Landon wants in. Okay. Landon wants to come in. Okay. She might take sick if she gets cold, or he'll take sick if he gets wet because it's raining outside, okay? What do I change there? What do I change there? Aaron? Good. Become ill. He'll become ill if he gets wet. She might become ill if he gets cold. Good. Number 4, even if the boys didn't go to break the window, they are still responsible. Even if she didn't go to break the window, she better pay for it. Okay, let's go with number 4 first for the green book. Even if the boys didn't go to break the window, they are still responsible. Chase? Good. Even if the boys didn't intend to break the window. Same thing with number 4 in the blue book. Even if she didn't intend to break the window, okay, she better pay for it. And what's our rule with the word better? Those of you in the blue book? Good, Ari. I would put she had better pay for it. Okay? Number 5, stop the roller coaster. I want off. Or stop the bus. I want off. What do I say there, Micah? Good. I want to get off. Number 6, it ain't feasible to get back in time. It ain't feasible to get back in time. Let's go with Natalie. Ain't to isn't. Good. Number 6 in the blue book, I'm going to the zoo with you, aren't I? What do we change there? Cheyenne? Good. Aren't I to am I not? Okay. I'm going to the zoo with you, am I not? That sounds super proper because everyone's obviously used to saying aren't I, but make sure that you know aren't I is incorrect. It would be am I not. Okay. Number 7, same thing with number 7 in the green book. I'm riding with you to the beach, am I not? Okay. Number 7 in the blue book. He says he ain't going to help Jose clean the garage. He says he ain't going to help Jose clean the garage. Ari? Good. He says he is not going or isn't going. Number 8 in the green book, Mr. Hernandez used to be, okay, I just told you. Mr. Hernandez used to be able to hit the softball out of the park. Okay, that's what you change. Mr. Hernandez used to be able to hit the softball out of the park. Okay. Same thing with number 8 in the blue book. Mr. Sims used to could make beautiful cabinets. You would change used to could to used to be able to. Okay, let's go with number 9. If Harper or if Caitlin has took sick or taken sick, she had ought to stay in bed or she better stay in bed. So let's first go with better, all right? If Harper has took sick, she better stay in bed. Natalie? Change took sick to become ill. And then what else is my rule with the word had, with the word better? Sorry. Good, she had better. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, and then in comparison, make sure you guys with the green book listen to this. If Caitlin has become ill, we change the same thing. What's my rule with she had ought to stay in bed? What's my rule with ought? Joey? You could keep the word ought, but what's my rule with the word had and ought? Do I need the word had? No. Okay, so you cross out the word had. She ought to stay in bed. With the word ought, you don't need the word had. Okay, but with the word better, you do need the word had. Okay, number 10 in the green book. Can we help rise the flag in the courtyard, Mr. Brewster? Okay, so now this one is also kind of what we just learned with rise or raise. Throw the rubber band away, please. Tyler? Rise to raise, and same thing. Look at the word can. Okay, I'm also changing that to may. Remember, with the word may is asking for permission. Okay, may is asking for permission. Can is referring to ability. So you can say, can you play the piano? May you play the piano if you're asking them to play the piano. Okay. Number 10 in the blue book. You had ought to practice good manners at home as well as at school. Ari, can you give me that one? Take out had. Good. You ought to practice good manners at home as well as at school. We'll finish that exercise tomorrow. Okay? All right, you guys are dismissed for those of you in distant learning. Jose, I sent you, I think I did. If not, I'll send it to you again on My School Works.
Ms. Cole, is the classroom going to be open at lunch today?
Yes, probably. Yeah, Jose, I sent you already the quiz through My School Works. Emily, I emailed it to you. Jezreel, I emailed it to you as well. And then Mia, I emailed it to you as well. Emma, I didn't know you were going to be absent today. So if you want to type an email that I can send the quiz to you, or just take it when you come back, okay? But I'll still be here. There's no homework tonight because it's Wednesday, so enjoy your Wednesday. But if you guys have any questions, just go ahead and type it in the chat, and then I'll answer it in the chat.
There we go. All right, hopefully you guys are doing well. Okay, I was handing out back the essays. Okay, most of the students that have turned it in that I graded so far have been pretty well. Okay, some of you I did have to message. Okay, we didn't do it quite correctly, so make sure we adjust that to how I said to adjust it. But hopefully you guys are all doing well. We are going to pray today, so we'll pray here in a second. But make sure, again, the end of grading period is when? I've said it multiple times. When is the end of this grading period? Next week. Thank you, Jason. All right, it's not this Friday, but it's next Friday. Okay, in that time, we're probably going to have 1 or 2 more quizzes. We might have a test. I'm not sure if we're going to have a test quite in this class. All right, so get good grades on that. Okay, if you're like, man, my grade's a little bit lower than I want, okay, finish strong. All right, get it up a few more points with those quizzes. Homeworks are easy hundreds. Obviously, today's Wednesday, no homework. Okay, but do the homework. Those are easy hundreds. They do add up. Although they don't bring your grade down drastically and bring your grade up drastically, they do add up. So get them done. But we are going to be moving along in the notes today as well. But again, like I said, we're going to pray right after, what was I going to say, distant learners. A few of you did not turn in that essay. Okay, it is worth 2 quiz grades. This is your last chance to turn it in, except the one person I mentioned or emailed back. Make sure you get that turned in at least tomorrow, correctly, done correctly, on the right person and topic, and not from the internet. Make sure you do that. All right, yes, sir, Joey. You got 80 twice on 2 quizzes. No, that means you got 2 70s. That's not 140. That means say like 1 quiz, 70. 1 quiz, 70. 2 quiz. Yes, that's where it is. It averages out. All right, any other questions? All right, we're going to pray. So any prayer requests, and then we are going to get started. Yes, ma'am. Don't. Any other real prayer requests? Unspoken? Any other prayer requests? Unspoken? Any other prayer requests? All right, we're going to pray, and then we'll get started. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for the beautiful weather, Lord, although it is windy. Please help us just be able to enjoy our life today and this week. Please help everyone, Lord, to finish out this school grading period and semester strong, to be able to get their grades to where they want them, to work hard at it. For those who have been working, Lord, to continue working, don't get lazy now, and then to get a fresh slate. So allow them to finish strong in whatever they do, but especially school. Help all these students, Lord, whatever tasks they may have during the week, give them strength and wisdom through those tasks. Please help some special prayer requests. Please help Destiny's Unspoken, and please help Jaden's Unspoken as well. As you know all of our hearts and all of our thoughts, Lord, please give them wisdom, strength, and peace, whatever it may be. Please help all these students. Please help the distant learners, for all of us to be able to do our part, since we're able to be here in person, to be thankful for it, to take advantage of it, to do our best here in school, but also having the ability to be at home and still have the live stream. Please help the students to be studious, be diligent with their time, as I know it can be a distraction sometimes, Lord, but we're able to have it. Please help them to communicate well. For this system to work, we need communication. Please help all students, Lord, to finish out this week strong, have a great weekend, and be ready for next week. Bless all the kids. Please help our basketball game tomorrow, or on Friday, I mean. Please give us safe travel, Lord, as we're leaving earlier in the morning. Allow the kids to get good rest before, and for us to be able to play well and to do our best and hopefully finish out the season strong. Give us good health for the rest of the season and in school here. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. All right, yesterday we just kind of started an introduction for this chapter. Okay, but what did we talk about a little bit? Someone raise your hand and give me a summary. Chase. Say it louder. Okay, what did you say first? The Counter-Reformation? That's not quite. Not quite. I was like, that's not it, man. You're close, though. You're close. Okay, we did talk about the Peasants' Revolt. What time of history, or what did we say? Hey, this is like, there's a term we use. It's right bold in the beginning. No, it's bold right in the beginning of the chapter title. Post-Reformation. All right, what does post mean? We talked about it, Brianna. Okay, it means after. Okay, it means after. So we're saying after this time of Reformation, the chapters we went through before. Okay, this is what's going on after. This is what's going around in communities, cities, towns. Okay, we see, as Chase already said, peasants revolt. Okay, basically they want to have their own life, to have some freedom on their own. And we talked about that a little bit, obviously, in the German area, with different things and people. How the German peasants had revolted at least how many times we mentioned? 5 times, okay, before the Reformation. But each time, did they succeed or fail? They did fail. Okay, we talked about because of this, okay, peasants didn't really have much. Yes, sir, you have a question? You can ask me later. All right, peasants didn't really have much, right? Okay, a lot of times they were slaves or they worked for nobles, okay, like we see in this medieval or this time period. Okay, but we see, although they did not have a lot during this time here on earth, okay, what did they have hope in? Okay, God or Jesus, right? They had the Bible. They had a hope of a better life after this time here on earth. Okay, that's what gave a lot of them joy to get through their day. Is anyone warm? I'm a little warm, just a little warm. Just a little bit, no, I told you we don't go that low. Just down 1. It'll start up a little bit. There you go. What? It's warm. It's warm in here. I'm sorry. I get to choose, man. I'm the teacher. I'm sorry. Okay, but we see that they had hope in their life after this. Okay, we also talked about a list, okay, that was sent to Martin Luther. Okay, someone raise your hand and tell me what the lists were. Ariana. The 12 articles. Okay, someone else raise your hand and tell me what those were. Brianna? Yeah. Okay, remember these peasants, okay, were their lives like awesome and great? To be honest, no. I know. Oh, did it turn off? I didn't put the slides up there yet, that's why. All right, their lives weren't the best. Okay, so they had a lot of problems, sicknesses, the term that we use, grievances, okay, that they would send through these 12 articles to who? Martin Luther. Okay, they thought him to be a man of God. They wanted him to pray for them. Okay, but also, that we started talking about a little bit yesterday, we're going to talk about more today, they wanted him to fight for their freedom. Okay, he was in a position, and he had already fought the Catholic Church in the courts. They knew that. What did I say about rubber bands? Put them away or else I use them. I just said I'll use them. I didn't say anything else. Maybe I'll use it as a wristband. Who knows? All right, but we're going to continue moving on into the notes. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Let me see who's all here. Okay, we have Emma. Thank you, Emma, for describing what it was supposed to be. Okay, distant learners, make sure, again, if you miss it in class, you can always rewind the video, go and listen to the question again. Okay, I said it, when did I mention it? Last week on Wednesday or Thursday, the essay question, and then I repeated it again. And then yesterday, I repeated it again. So make sure you're good on that. Thank you, Emma, for helping me out. Okay, distant learners, if you have more questions, again, you can message me. Okay, that's what you're supposed to do anyways. You can't just say stuff in the chat expecting, okay, what was it about? Okay, you should have been listening. Sadly, okay, you don't have a lot of time. I might not give you full credit, but I will give those distant learners who, man, I must have missed it or something, or I wasn't really tuned in, okay, till tomorrow. Okay, so get as much credit as you can, get that done tomorrow. It was over Martin Luther. If you were Martin Luther and you went to the court of Catholics, okay, what would you have said? Give me 3 topics about the Catholic Church, how it's wrong, and then 3 passages to agree with that statement or your statements that you would bring up. All right, that's kind of a summary of what the essay was supposed to be about. Again, if you have any further questions, you can ask me personally. Yes, Jezreel, you can redo it. Again, if you have more questions, just let me know. Just get it done as soon as you can. It is due tomorrow for you guys that maybe messed up or didn't get it done. All right, but moving on in the notes, I believe we left off on this one, right? All right, moving on. Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, I can cover the other notes after class. All right, we're not doing too much today, so let's keep on moving and get as much done as we can. Yesterday we did 4. Remember? You didn't probably listen because you didn't have notes, but we did 4. All right, moving on. Luther told the nobles, okay, let down, actually we talked about this one yesterday too. Let down your stubbornness and give up a little of your tyranny and oppression so that the poor people can air and room to live. To the peasants, Luther advised patience. Okay, I did talk about this yesterday. I kind of forgot. Okay, we basically said, hey, nobles, hey, owners, hey, people that have money, that your life is awesome, okay, your life is good. All right, give some like peace to these guys. Be kind to them. Okay, treat them, they are humans. Okay, treat them kind. Okay, treat them fairly. Okay, that's why he's trying to fight for them. Okay, he's trying to help take down the pride of these higher stated people that have power. Okay, we see in the book of Proverbs, it tells us to not oppress the poor. Okay, when we oppress the poor, this is what the verse says, not verbatim or word for word, but it says when we oppress the poor, okay, we reproach the maker. Okay, that's what Proverbs 13:4, I believe, says. It's somewhere around there. I know it's chapter 13. I can't remember the exact verse. All right, but it says when we oppress the poor, okay, or when we're, certainly during this time, okay, when we're oppressing them, okay, or, I don't know, being mean or unfair, okay, when we oppress the poor, we're reproaching or despising the maker. Okay, when we do something or we say lesser of someone else, okay, so let's just bring it to our terms today. Okay, right? Everything we learn, we should try to apply it. Okay, if we think lesser, so let's say me and Cody. Okay, let's say, this isn't true. Everything I say is not true when I say like this. Say me and Cody, I just think, man, Cody's way lesser than me. Man, he's not even on my level, okay? No comments. He's not on my level on anything, okay? I'm smarter, I'm cooler, I'm everything better. He's not on my level. Okay, and I just distinguish him and like, man, you stink, man, you're awful. Okay, and I just continuously degrade him and call him names, and I'm mean to him. All right, that the Bible tells us, Joey, stop, put the rubber bands away. The Bible tells us when we do that, we're reproaching the maker. Okay, who is the maker? Okay, the Bible tells us God is the maker. He's the creator of all. All right, he made all of us in his perfect image. All right, we're all designed uniquely. Okay, the Bible's, and I'm not going to go deeply into this. That's a Bible discussion. We talked about it a little bit. Remember when we had chapels? We're all designed distinctively and uniquely by our Creator, by our Maker. Okay, and when we oppress or we make fun of or say lesser of someone else, okay, we're reproaching or we're basically laughing at God, our Maker. All right, so that's what Luther is fighting for, saying, hey, noblemen, I know you think lesser of them. Okay, they might not have as much money as you, as much title or land as you. All right, these are people. Okay, and he's fighting for their freedom as we see. Okay, moving on. Okay, neither the peasants nor the nobles took Luther's advice. So sadly, okay, Luther, remember he asked the nobles, the rich people, hey, don't oppress them. Don't be mean to them. Okay, lessen your pride. But he also told the peasants what? To be what? Patient. And the peasants were not patient either. And because of this, Luther had tried to make his point clear that Christianity must not be thought of as a revolutionary political movement. Okay, we've seen that in the past, yes? We've seen rulers use the title, hey, I'm a Christian. Okay, I'm fighting what? They would call it what? 2 words. Holy wars. They say, hey, I'm fighting holy wars. Wars for God. All right, but were they really? No, they're just for the growth of their kingdom, for their nation. All right, I'm not saying they weren't Christian men or kings. Okay, most of them weren't. Okay, I'm not saying that because I don't know. Okay, but we do know that those wars they're fighting were not holy. Okay, they were just wars for themselves. Okay, so we see Luther saying, hey, the name Christian, the standing of this belief, this is not for you. This is not for political gain, for a higher name. This is not for you. It's all about, Christianity is all about God, all about Christ. All right, again, going back to hey, stop thinking about yourself. Stop being prideful. Okay, and that's what Luther's fighting for. Moving on. So because of this, desperate peasants became the pawns of evil men, self-appointed prophets who twisted the scriptures for their own purposes. All right, peasants weren't patient. So because of this, okay, they served evil men. Maybe they got more money. Maybe they got more titles. Okay, they would do dirty deeds for these people. All right, maybe they would lessen their problems, or they would get free things. Okay, hey, if you do this for me, like, let's say me and Jasmine, hey Jasmine, if you shoot a rubber band at Joey, I'll give you some of my grapes. Okay, she doesn't want my grapes. She's not going to do it. Actually, she probably would. Don't do it. Don't do it. All right, but that's kind of what they did. They say, hey, Chase, dude, practice tomorrow. You want to play in the game on Friday, right? And practice tomorrow, go and shove Joey while we're practicing. He's kind of weak, and he's going to hurt himself, and then you might play. All right, and if you do that, dude, I'll buy you lunch on Friday. All right, that's the things they would do. Shh, and remember, put it away. Put it away. What did I say? I don't want to see him again or else that's the merits. Okay, I've said it 3 times this class. All right, but that's what they would do. They would snicker in the ear of peasants. Remember, the peasants have a lot. No, so if someone came to them and said, oh man, I can give you this and this, they're like, oh, this guy can give me this and this. Forget God, forget religion. Okay, I'm going to this guy. He's got money, he's got food, he's got horses, he's got new clothes. All right, and we see these peasants being deceived by material things. Wow, it's kind of crazy because the Bible warns us of that. Okay, we don't live our lives for the vain things, although it's nice, right? It's nice to have new shoes. I love shoes. Okay, it's nice to have new clothes. Cody got new shoes too. Okay, it's nice to have new clothes. Maybe if you play instruments, to get a new instrument. Or if you like sports, you get new basketball shoes or new basketball, like Hudson got new basketball. All right, it's cool to get new things. But if our life becomes controlled and consumed by that, as we see these peasants, we end up serving the wrong master. Okay, no longer were they following and trusting in God, but they were following and obeying who? These evil noblemen. These people that are pursuing for their own power and wrong purposes. And because of this, yes, as you had in your homework you should have read, and Chase had mentioned already, this is going to lead us to the peasants' revolts. The peasants' revolts. Okay, this broke out in 1524 and lasted for about a year till 1525. Okay, peasants who their original goal was to be treated like honorable men, right? Remember, they're fighting for their freedom, fighting to be equal. All right, ended up participating in arson, robbery, and violence. Okay, again, they were just getting very little things. Okay, they were being used for things. Okay, we see these things still today. Okay, because the Bible tells us there's only evil or good. Okay, if we're not serving and trusting and growing to God, okay, we're growing in the flesh. Okay, the Bible tells us we're not supposed to be middle ground. Okay, we're supposed to be either hot or cold. All right, we're either serving God or growing hot, or we're growing cold. We're growing away from God. Okay, and we see these peasants, although their original task and goal was, hey, I want freedom for myself. I want to be able to learn more about God. Okay, I want equality of men. Okay, ended up not being equal at all. They made a fool of themselves. Yes, sir, Joey. Huh? I'm sure they did steal some weapons, yes. Not all of them. I'm sure some of the gifts would be like, hey, Joey, if you fight for me, here you go. Here's some armor. Here's some sword. Remember, it's expensive. All right, during this time. Okay, everyone good on this note? All right, because of the peasants' revolt, okay, it gave the nobles an excuse to crush all the peasants and take back what little freedom they had gained. All right, all the work that the peasants had put in, all right, Martin Luther put in, and for sure, other men, and we're probably going to talk about some later on, okay, other men that pursued for the equality of men, okay, they lost it all. Because of peasants, they weren't patient. Okay, like we said, they became robbers. They became thieves. They became murderers. Okay, they became all these evil things. And because of this, noblemen would say, look what happens when you give peasants freedom. All right, when you don't control the peasants, they fight and they make a mess. Okay, let's clean it up and then go back to our old ways. All right, and that's what happened. Okay, that's what happened because of the peasants' revolts. Everyone good on this one? Give you guys a little bit more time. No, you don't need to do anything with that. I actually don't even know why it's there. I don't know why it showed up. I saw that was on there. I don't know why. It don't matter. Everyone good on this one now? Well, hurry up. You're done. You're just saying no. How dare you? Okay, by the end of the Peasants' Revolt, so about 1525 now, that year later, the German people were worse off in every aspect than they had been before, okay, because they had revolted. All right, now it was even worse than it was before. All right, and it all goes back to even like today. Okay, same thing. When we lose our sight off of God, remember the peasants' original goal was good, had good intent. Okay, remember they wanted to be religious because they had freedom of religion. Okay, they wanted to be free people, but we see because their focus got deterred off of God, and off of the Bible and off of the truth, man, they were deceived and their lives became worse for it. Okay, that's a truth, honestly, that happened maybe, 500 years ago that we could still learn and apply today. Right? When we lose our focus on the things that are true and right, man, how lost we can get. Okay, so something to be careful and mindful of even today as 7th and 8th graders. As a 23-year-old teacher, okay, I have to be focused on the right things. Okay, when I'm not, you can get lost on your journey. All right, moving on. Hurry up, Aaron. I'm going to call you Destiny. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Destiny. You're super fast. You're super fast. Oh, yeah, Jose. You kind of have that similar complexion. I'm just kidding, Jose. That would be insulting you to call Aaron you. Okay, moving on. The peasants' revolt convinced Luther. Okay, remember Luther was fighting for the peasants, right? He was fighting for them. He said, hey, be patient. It takes time. Okay, but because of the peasants' revolt, it convinced Luther that government control of religion was necessary for law and order. All right, and the Bible does teach on some of these things. And again, this isn't Bible class. Okay, a lot of things and truths in history do deal with the Bible, certainly at this time. Okay, but this isn't Bible class, but I am to mention it. Okay, because of this, okay, the Bible teaches us, hey, the government and the Bible are supposed to work together, okay, to bring order but truth at the same time. But the thing is, it becomes imbalanced sometimes, like we have in our country sometimes, right? Our nation was founded on truths of the Bible, okay, but now we've lost sight, okay, and it's not balanced anymore, okay? Sadly, it's not, okay, and we've lost our vision as a country. I'm not saying there's not good people. There's lots of good people, okay? We have good people right here, at least a few. I'm just kidding. All of you are great, all right? But no, it's true. We have lots of good people, okay, but the thing is, as a country in a whole, okay, a lot of people have lost their focus off of God, okay? We can have different standards, different decisions, okay, but we need to know the truth of the Bible. Those are facts, okay, and we see the problems that it caused even back to these days. You guys good back there? Do I need to move you both? They're making fun of me. Sure they are. It's so easy. I probably would too. I'm just kidding. All right, the establishment of, so because of this, because Luther even thought, hey, government needs to work with church, there needs to be law and order with the church, the establishment of territorial churches. Okay, territorial churches, which is the idea that all inhabitants of a particular territory should be required by law to become members of a king, certain kind of church at birth. Okay, is this right? No. Okay, this is where, again, remember I said, Martin Luther started out with good intentions, but even Martin Luther, okay, good people lose their sight. Okay, not physically, but with it. Okay, but we see even Martin Luther lost his sight a little bit. Okay, he lost a little bit of faith. And because of this, we see this problem happen. Okay, where we're going to see people being forced to go to church. Okay, does the Bible teach us, hey, you need to be forced to go to church? No. Now, maybe when you're younger, it's good that a parent forces their child to go to church. But in the end of the day, okay, at the end of the day, you will have to choose, as you get older yourself, you have to know what is true yourself. Okay, say your parents believe in something. Well, you need to know what they believe and why. Yes, sir. Is there a typo? What? Oh, yes. Where's the typo? Let me read it. Should be required by law to become members of. There it is. Sorry. Thank you, Jason. Maybe. All right, moving on. Okay, because of this, we're going to see things called state or established churches. Okay, we're going to see states. Man, that wind is wild. Wild. You guys seen The Incredibles? You know The Incredibles? That was totally wicked. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shh. All right. Me in Banning, I have been living here since California. Well, I mean, I lived here when I was at college basically the whole year, and then I moved, and then I came back. Total in California, like 4.5 years. All right, states or established churches, what are these? Pretty common sense. They're official government churches to which everyone had to belong. Okay, so again, okay, they're not Catholic churches. Their beliefs are probably a little bit better than Catholic Church. Okay, but the thing is, it's still not right. Okay, they became churches that, hey, you have to go to this. Okay, so let's say this side of the room is one village. Okay, they were born in this village or town. Okay, and there's an established or state church for them. Okay, since birth, they would have to go to that church. Okay, same thing here. Say this is another town. Okay, they don't get to go to that church. They have to go to their state or established church. Same thing in this side of the room. All right, and that's not right. Okay, the Bible tells us, hey, you need to find, first, obviously, a church that is teaching biblical things. Okay, second, one that you will grow and you can help the church grow. Okay, not everyone fits in every church. That's truth. Okay, the Bible tells us of that. Okay, so the first thing you need to do, okay, is find, hey, does this church, whatever church it may be, does it go off biblical things? Do they have the right biblical standards and theology? Do they believe in the right things of salvation and all these different things? As you get older, you'll learn more. All right, but you need to learn those things. All right, and after you find out, okay, it does. Okay, maybe you start going to church. Okay, maybe you're growing, but you just can't serve and you're struggling. All right, you got to find somewhere to edify the church yourself. Okay, God calls us to serve. Okay, but also to learn. All right, so that's where you have to find. And again, a state church is not good. Now, although it started out, okay, maybe people going to church, it helped out. Okay, this still wasn't in the end a good idea. Okay, it wasn't a biblical thing to have. Okay, moving on. The government of a particular territory or independent city in Germany, again, we are in Germany at this time, could choose the church that its people would attend. Okay, so the government, again, would assign where they wanted you. Okay, which is going to bring us to a document or time we need to know.
Let me guess.
1555. 1555. It's discovered, yes. It's not the United States yet, but yes, it is discovered. The New World. All right, moving on. All right, keep on writing. You're okay. Shh. Keep your mask on. You don't need to change pens. So just keep whatever he gives you this time. And put your mask on, please. All right, here you go. Moving on. This is going to bring us to a thing we need to know. The Peace of Augsburg. Again, we are in Germany. Okay. Shh. The Peace of Augsburg. Okay, this gave official approval to the territorial state established church concept in Germany. Again, this is not worldwide. This is only in Germany. Okay, each prince would decide which religion, whether Romanism or Lutheranism, which were the two main things. Obviously, there were other religions at that time, but those were the two main ones, certainly in Germany. Okay, the prince would decide, hey, this is what religion we're doing, this is what church you're going to. Okay, and he would also be officially permitted and established in his territory. All right, again, so we're kind of going back to like this dictatorship. Hey, you have to be whatever I want you to be. Okay, it's taking away from the freedom of religion, the freedom of choice. All right, man, you guys, stop giggling. Joey, stop doing weird stuff. I know you're not on your phone or anything. I know you're not doing anything other than your notes. Yeah. So stop doing whatever you're doing. I don't even know what you're doing. And put your mask on, please. Okay, so finish this notes so we can keep on moving. We're almost done for today. This will probably be our last one, the next one. Okay, in mixing, so we see this mixing of church and state. Okay, Martin Luther, because it didn't work out between the peasants and nobles, all right, he's like, hey, yep, we need to do it. Church and state needs to work together, which they should. Okay, but we're going to see the state taking control of the church. Okay, in mixing church and state, the Peace of Augsburg produced cold, formal, Protestant church. All right, church is not supposed to be a place. Okay, it's not supposed to be a place where you're just there, okay, and nothing's going on. All right, the church, in one word, is supposed to be a place of worship. Okay, you worship in song. Okay, you worship in learning the truth of God's word. You learn in worship and growth of your relationship with him. You learn in relationships with people. All right, that's what church is supposed to be for. It's supposed to edify you so you can edify others. All right, but these churches, certainly in Germany, because of this, became very cold. Very, not physically like, oh, it's cold. All right, but cold in the heart. Okay, it wasn't real in people's lives. Okay, it wasn't life-changing anymore. Okay, people weren't drawn to it because it was the truth of God's word. They had to do it. Okay, just like when you guys have to do something like mask, you guys get irritated, you're like, ugh. Mr. Coral, you always have to say, put your mask. Come, Mr. Coral. All right? But, okay, other things are a little bit different. All right? So the church became just another rule, is another thing. It wasn't real any longer. Okay, because this church membership became dependent upon birth rather than choice. All right, that's where we're going to end today. We're going to talk about tomorrow what Chase was saying earlier, but he didn't know why he was saying it. Okay, the Counter-Reformation. Okay, make sure if we are talking, yes, I will go back to number 1 for you guys. I'm going to go back to number 1. Yes, ma'am. Nope. Whatever the prince decided, that's what they had to go off of. Yep, that's why it came very cold. And it wasn't real to anyone. It became basically like another Catholic church. Okay, discipline learners, let me know if you need anything. Make sure if you did not do that essay, okay, you might not get full credit, but you can turn it in tomorrow. Get that done. If you have any more questions, ask me. It is Wednesday. There's no homework. Hopefully you guys doing well. We'll see you soon.